Okay, we are back with more Dwarf Fortress. I've went ahead and went to the trouble of renaming all the dwarves based on the viewer database. It'll just help me to keep track of people better, and I'll try to stay on top of that as we get new migrants. But if it's a lot of migrants, I'll just wait till next time. Sadly, right at the end of last episode, Game Saucer died. A tree fell on her head. Corpse is out here somewhere. Yeah, right there. So I'm gonna have to make a casket and bury her. Very sad. Guess she's probably gonna end up in the refuse pile until I have a casket built. Hey Charles, how you doing? Game Saucer has been found dead, badly crushed. Go ahead and assign one of these. Deceased. Okay, added a casket task somewhere. Coffin, I guess it is. Make a coffin, yeah. I gotta wait for it to finish crafting. Might take a minute for it to build. Want people to get depressed at seeing a corpse lying around. Guess the coffer takes a really long time. Also, people are not working on it presently. Could try to force it to get done. I want to try to bury her before she completely decays, right? That is a concern, I think. Yeah. They bury them in the first possible tomb. Okay. Good to know. I might need to assign someone to only do it. Let's see. Rock crafts. Let's work orders, labor, work detail. Assume that's stonecraft. Who's my legendary? Stone and green. It was yeah. Take off of the furnace. Get him to work on it, potentially. They won't try to move the person to the tomb until there's a coffin there, though. Is that true? On a pigtail seeds. There's currently just making rock thrones. Okay, give me a second. Let's do coffin. Guess I can make a casket as well, just to see if someone makes one first. They want the one. Doing one thing at a time. Hopefully making some masterwork chairs at some point. There's one. Okay. Furniture, burial. Guess once they finish crafting it, it's not available to use instantly, necessarily. Willow casket. Okay. Please construct that quickly. Someone's grabbing the corpse now. Okay, deceased. Coated with white sand and willow caskets. Okay, cool. Let me save now. To figure out what all I want to work on here. Beds are done. Jahan's still really upset. I don't know if there's anything I can do to help. Interested in learning about dodging. Mostly just bummed about being away from friends and family, which I think I can do nothing about, right? I see. I had that problem before when I made a casket and I wasn't able to place it. I went to go place it like the instant it got crafted. Okay, let's see. Let's smooth all of this. I think almost everyone is housed. Let's take a look. Multi... More beds down here. I can do that in a second. I want this to just draw from whatever. And I think we said that pending builds also apply here. Some of these are more bare bones than others. Okay. Prove the other ones here in a second. See who is unhoused currently. Quarters. Some people don't have them, but we'll see if that gets fixed here in a second. They don't attempt to set up their own quarters until they, it's time for them to sleep. Is that true? Making good use of a lot of this stuff all of a sudden. Go ahead and build a bunch more coffins over here so I don't have to scramble next time. Something collapsed. Oh man, I feel like this whole trees falling on people's heads thing that's very much a new problem here. Burst of white sand. What is a burst of white sand? Is that something I haven't encountered before? Oh, the wiki's been updated? That's nice. Knocked out during a cave-in. Megaban's not feeling great. Annoyed after choking on dust, confused after being knocked out. Okay, so is there anything I can do about choking on dust, or is that just a feature of being underground occasionally? Possible that someone can cut a tree and it'll fall away from someone else. If I replace the floor, what all goes into that? Is it just making a stone block and then putting it on the floor? Can I make it out of the same material? It's like dolomite. I like those strange moods. I'm excited to see more of that happen. Probably need to say make coffins as long as I don't have them. Rock coffin. Let's do. Okay. We'll just make 3. Howdy, Kiki. How you doing? Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to use it for steel then. What's a good junk ore from among the ores I have? I can't really like eyeball yet which ones are economic versus non-economic. They're finally cleaning this place up now that I made space in that ore stockpile. Rock blocks. Oh, okay. Rock. I have 10 of them on me at a time. I can slowly start replacing stuff. I don't want to overwhelm them with tasks here. I'll put this one. Oh, okay. I can see work orders that I've made at a specific shop in the global work order list. I didn't realize that before. Might want to start making more work details now that people have had a chance to just kind of work on stuff randomly and see if I can assign specific people to certain tasks. I don't know what all I'm going to do with that just yet, but I'm thinking about it. Sit in the work detail menu for a little bit. I really hope they add the ability to set icons for that. Minor thing to help with my non-clinical OCD. I want to expand my wood pile too here. I think these bedrooms look nice. That's cool. Probably have that display case now, and I can just kind of put that wherever. What this is. Thought I set somebody to make one of those, maybe not. Need a window for that, which requires glass, which requires sand, I guess? How do I make glass in this? A few people don't have quarters now. But I assume that they'll pick them once they go to sleep. I think I have the right number based on how many dwarves I have. Got 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's sort of hard for me to count while I'm scrolling. It's like 56 rooms, and I have like 54 dwarves. Okay, cool. That's great. And let's go ahead and engrave on all this. And now that I have that assigned, I think I'm going to start looking at work detail. All right, so if it said I had a yak starved to death, is that because they're out of things to graze on up here, or can there be some other reason? Maybe they accidentally didn't get assigned here because they came with migrants. Got to assign them, okay. Something I really like from this game is a menu or somewhere I can go that like picks up on problems like that like, oh, you have wildlife that hasn't been, or livestock that hasn't been assigned to a pasture, or you have this job that's assigned but nobody can do it right now because of, you know, task priorities, that kind of a thing. Expand it. Does it matter where it is? Like, can it get dangerous if I make it too big? I can have it overlap a bunch of things. Out of flux stones. Well, that's good. Means I burned through everything. So I should have a whole bunch of steel now, theoretically. All right. So steel I can use to make stuff, but it's also just way more valuable than the constituent ores, right? Making stuff is a metalsmith. I just need the metalsmith, or do I need something else in addition to the bars? Start looking at work detail. This is going to be really boring, but I'd like to just do it. We got carpentry, gem cutting, stonecraft, cooking, spinning, furnace. Let's see. Probably already have the tools for hunting. Healthcare. Farming and related. Fuel being coke. Is it metalworker is the stand for it? Does it usually make sense to have dwarves like do all of these, like to have a dwarf that's good at fishing, fish cleaning, and fish dissection, or is it better to have full specialization, a different dwarf for each task? Fisher dwarves is already on the list, isn't it? Let's change that. Nightly Prophet's pretty much my only fisher right now. Bear Barbecue can participate as well. Metalsmithing. Metal crafting, blacksmithing. What's the difference between metal crafting and this other one that's like making something other than armor or weapons, I guess, out of metal? I master blacksmith. Smithing. Kami's up to a lot here. Carpentry. Stonecraft. Kami's a legendary stonecrafter. Okay. I think they got there just through normal work too, which is interesting. Thing crafting is for trade junk. Okay. Gotcha. I already have someone set for jewelry. Do engineering. I think I have someone who's okay at... Oh, are there a bunch of new hauling options? Maybe these were here before and I didn't notice them. I thought it was less specific. Is there a patch since I played last? Mechanic. Probably just kite. It was there before. Okay, I just didn't notice it then. If you want someone who's a dedicated stone hauler, that would be great. This isn't sorted in any order because no one's good at hauling, right? It's not a skill. And it currently has no other assignments. Guess I don't want to set them to only do that. But I can later, I suppose. Have other people do everything but stone hauling. Okay, cool. And these people are people who have more dedicated general hauling tasks. I have pretty decent cooks right now. 2 seems to be plenty to cook everything you would need. Oh, and then engraving is a thing that I wanted to make a work detail for. So that's stone engraving, and is stone engraving also smoothing? I get really confused about some of the specializations in this. Like, what's the difference between these two things? I wish I could, like, hover over it and have it tell me, you know? Oh, really? God, the ones that are default are so weird. It doesn't seem like it's that, like, necessary of a task to have its own thing. I guess I've already created this. I can delete it. A bunch of people are dabbling, but one of them is proficient, so I'll have one person work on it now. Stone cutters. So stone cutters is smoothing as well? I guess a lot of people got points in it here. Okay. Everybody else, thank you for your help up to this point with drawing children's fridge drawings everywhere. Oh. But got legendary stone cutting from making that first artifact that I created. Is it just there are some skills that get legendary that aren't really associated with a craft? Odd. Both? No, is a legendary stone cutter. Oh, and I guess also a legendary stone crafter. Maybe that's just coincidental. Make those super fast, which is fine. Alright, so if Calic is the only person doing art, I wish there was a way for me to hide this layer temporarily. Like, turn on the ability to see that it's an active task or not, you know? Alright, so now I have a bunch of magnetite, which I assume is sort of silver and lead. Is that just for making specific kind of, like, jewelry, or does it have any, you know, specific uses for which you can only make it out of silver or lead or whatever. It's just iron ore. Winter, we're doing fine on food and drink. Might try to set up a hunter here. I think there probably are people that are good at it. Just for funsies, hunters. People suck at it. Okay. Well, this person has nothing else to do, so I'll give them the assignment and see if they can get good at it. They do have the gear for it already, I think. I guess Heaton can help too. Do I have any ores here that are interesting that I'm not currently using for an interesting purpose? Let's go ahead and build a metalsmith. Snatcher, protect the children. These are snatchers, the goblin thieves. Look, they just like spawned into existence here. Okay, hold on. Did just save for me. Two targets. It gave me 4 alerts there. I don't see where they went. Oh, they're going like up the hill, I guess. Probably find them via the others menu. Oops. Oh, maybe they already got away. Does it only warn me after they've already grabbed a child, or does it warn me once they're like spotted? Actually, a surprising amount of stuff up on this hill. That's cool. Is it ever advisable to try to like dig into a cliffside as opposed to digging down for like your base? I'll see my population drop if they actually steal anybody. Set up dogs to spot them. Let's see. Luckstones. Oh, I see. So now some of these are better detailed, right? Plus plus means good. Star star means good. Be viable to dig horizontally in. Finally working through all that stone. It's nice to see. New tasks. Weapons and ammunition, armor, furniture, seat equipment, trap components, metal clothing. Oh, that's weird. Adamantine sock? Really? So what's a really good thing to make out of steel? Is there like a particular weapon that I want to make that's effective? Piece of armor that's worth prioritizing? Proficient engraver. Sorry, I gotta... This. I have it on a schedule, so if I stream early or late, it goes off. There's some defensive tricks that work with your when your base is carved into a cliff rather than digging straight down. So is that actually preferable under most circumstances then? minus plus asterisk that one trigram sun named artifact. Okay. Try to remember that. Need to find out what to do with those scepters. It's kind of unfortunate that that's for cloth. Okay. They're like really heavy, so it's hard to sell them. Eat potash. Say I want to like reclaim some of my farms because I made too many. What's the best way to do that? It's just like remove. So the maximum number of things I can plant is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? In the summer. So how many dedicated farms do I need per seed type, realistically? God, I have so many bins full of bars. It's great. I want to make some stairs here to expand it. Stairs. I can walk over stairs, we've established. Stockpiles can't extend over multiple Z levels, right? I still don't know what best to make out of steel here. Steel, I guess I can try to make a 1 steel armor set. Just for fun. Is like proficiency in with armor a thing, or is steel just like strictly better armor no matter what than like light armor and things like that? Try to make some picks, I guess. Those are good when miners have to fight, we said. Little goes a long way for farming. So do we think like 2 fields per dedicated seed is good? There's 1 armor user skill. Okay, I can just go ahead and make a bunch of tasks for it then, so. And like, people in the militia will attempt to get better armor if it's stored somewhere. I think I need to make a storage stockpile for armor. Armor can still go in like a normal bin, right? See, I don't know where I'm currently storing weapons and armor, if anywhere. If it's equipped on people. Oh, this is weapon bin. Okay. Weapons, armor, and cloth. Gotcha. That's over in here is the setting. I need to have plenty of armor for them to start using the uniform, right? Spear Dwarf. Okay, so if it's 2 fields per plant in summer, total of 12. I could just use these bottom 6 and then repurpose the top fields for something. I'll have to go through and manually assign everything, which is going to be annoying, but... Okay, if you have miners in your squad, you want to force them to use picks as their active duty. duty weaponry. Oh, interesting. So this tracks what gear they have access to. Gotcha. X's are like degraded clothes, I take it? Oh wow, this is pretty crazy. Alright, well, I will start crafting stuff. I guess I need to do that before I do anything else here. So, I'm gonna add a ton of work orders. Do it via Metalsmith's Forge, right? I guess that's going to default to calling it an armor stand. All right, I guess I can do it via the actual workshop, right? Steel. Okay, go from the top and make sure I get one of everything here. Steel cap. I'm just going to set all of them up and then I'll do the conditionals here in a second. And then I can always go, if I end up building more metalsmithing stations, I can go back into the global work orders menu and apply it to more stations, right? Chain is just just straight up a chain, right? It's not like short for chain body. Greaves. Helm. A boot. Okay, but they can't have both a high boot and a low boot. Can they have both a mail shirt and armor over it? People, do I have to like manually tell them to replace their old armor, like if their gear is worn out? Because I know that was something that Jahan was complaining about before. Shield. I made just about everything that matters. Maybe a mail shirt. Okay. Guess I can adjust all of them from here. And it's still going to rotate through these and make one of each before it... It's not just going to like make 10 steel caps and then 10 steel gauntlets, or do I have to adjust something to force it to behave that way? Amount of doesn't include amounts that are unequipped, right? Like, is that ones that I have in a stockpile, or does it also account for ones that people have on them physically? I like doing this as 3 because it makes them go slightly over the condition. Okay, I wonder if Jahan's just not been picking up fresh clothes because he's depressed or something. Siege engineer. Mechanisms do not stack and don't go in bins, right? No matter what. Rock thrones. So how do I go about upgrading the chairs in people's rooms? Do I have to like remove the existing one and then specify that I want a rock throne instead of just using nearest material. Yeah, right. Still so mad, Jahan. I've really tried to help you. You disdain knowledge. You have a good spatial sense. Oh, he's just really pissed all the time. Just permanently stressed
Calm down,
out.
you goddamn bitch.
You gotta calm down. Not that bad. All right, let me start deleting excess farms here. So I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can delete everything else around the sides. And repurpose those rooms for something else. I don't know what. Then I have to annoyingly go into each building and redo everything for every season, but that's okay. So I guess we'll do helmets, dimple. Just alternate when I have fewer than 6 here. Dimple, helmets, dimple. And we'll do spring, helmets, dimple, wheat pods, worry bushes. Right, did I do that right? Okay. I guess helmets again. Those are easy to come by. Or I guess I can do one of each for the other ones. Drones are not worth more than wooden chairs. Ah. Helmets. Dimple. Pigtails. Pods. Worry bush. Cave wheat's the last one I didn't do. Okay. And then autumn, and then I'm going to save so I never have to do this again. It's helmets. Dimple. Tails, pigtails. Quarry. Cave wheat. And I'll just do plump helmets, I guess, for the other ones. Okay, never doing that ever again. I guess I have to also specify fertilize. So if I say fertilize every season, they'll just do it. I don't need to also check the set to fertilize thing there. That's just if I wanted to manually, like, micro fertilizer. I was thinking I was going to end up getting higher quality rock thrones just because I have a legendary stonecrafter working on them, but I suppose we'll see. Is there anything that's worth storing near farms? I currently am making fertilizer. I'm not making a ton of it, but masonry is for making stone furniture. Gotcha. It'd take a while for this to just turn back to regular clay. Native gold. Interesting. Down here somewhere? Excited for Kaza Doom to get fully uncovered there. Wish I had the ability to clone a stockpile. I guess that's just bars and blocks. Potash. Yeah, Kite's doing great over here. Talented engraver. I guess it doesn't take very long for them to get good at stuff if they have a lot of back-to-back tasks to do, huh? Okay, I guess coffins are really slow to make. Did make rock blocks. Let me mess with those. So to do that, then I just need to make floor, and the floor is using rock blocks. Is that right? Paved road, dirt road. Can I not do it under a thing there? Oh wait, no, we don't want that. Cancel this. Guess I'll have to remove the bed and get the shirt out of there in order to fix the floor. Try doing one. Select material. Doesn't want to let me select the material. Here we go. Alright, so I can use one of these stone blocks. Make the floor out of steel. That seems like a good use of my resources. So if they make the floor, can they then smooth and engrave it, or is it like automatically smoothed? Yeah, I can't engrave it. Makes me assume that it's automatically smoothed. It's weird that I can't put floor under things, though. Okay. Out of refined coal. Do still have tasks to make it. I eventually need like a fucking shitload of coal, right? Or coke, I guess. It's always good to make as much of it as humanly possible. Okay, I don't think they ever killed those goblins, but I also don't think the goblins ever kidnapped anybody, so yay. Kite's still a talented engraver, which is nice to see. So some of these objects came with people. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I was gonna put a display case here somewhere. I assigned someone to make one of those. I just never get around to it. Oh, right, I need a window. Requires glass. Let me see, are there any dwarves who are mad about not having a bedroom? I feel like enough time has passed that they should have demanded one by now. Nulu, Rash Volksdragon. Now everyone can chill. Just took off their shirt after placing that coffin. All right. Planter. Oh yeah, I ended by making a farming guild last time. So what are there any benefits to a guild from my perspective? Company of Buds. Double entendre. I think most people are pretty happy. I'm just gonna see if there's anyone who's super upset here. Where's my 6 was furnace operator. Yeah, they have less to do. There's no coke. And there's no coke because there's no coal. There's no coal. Because I guess the coal I found previously has... Can I, like, look for, like, veins of it? Is it likely to be on a specific level or something? I don't know, like... Is this like Minecraft where I want to go to a specific, like, set of Z levels and look for coal there and just mine in a direction until I strike it, basically? Left side of what? 15-minute? Yes, yes, I know. You don't have any coal. Working on it. How we doing? I have a little bit of steel stuff. The walls can give it away. Chert. Limonite is also... No, what's the other one? It starts with an L, right? Ligonite? Lignite, thank you. After that big haul is finished, I'm gonna just start having them dig in one direction. Mining function to automatically clear out a vein I've marked a tile of. Interesting. Dolomite, tetrahedrite. I'm gonna see if I left any coal on the table in the, like, general area. Yellow jasper. think I built this to be a barracks and then completely forgot about it. It's kind of funny. Ah, there's coal here. Okay. What's the... How do I find the automatically mine? Dig only gems. So it's auto. Dig only ore and gems selected and auto mine any ore and gems of the same type which are uncovered. Smart. Okay. Let's give it a try. Make another stockpile for this too. Is it more difficult to move rocks upstairs, or do dwarves not care about like Z level when it comes to that kind of a thing? Oops. Just wanted to be regular mining, please. Oh, it's unautomated, that's why. Okay. They don't care. Okay. Might want to assign more people to be miners. Miners. Kami and Spiky are both legendary. Everybody else has no... Yeah, for like a race of dwarves, I have very few of these people mining. I guess I wasn't doing it before because I didn't have access to pickaxes, but now I have like a bajillion pickaxes, so... Minesweeper. Yeah, I get it, y'all. Lignite. Are there very many fantasy ores in this? Like, is there like mithril, for example? Or are most of them real? Does this thing you struck a certain kind of mineral, does that only come up when you've found it for the very first time? Just everything is real. Great for geologists. I guess not, because it said you struck coal. I guess the problem with having them dig it out in this hallway here is that it's going to be ugly if I'm trying to use this as an expansion for my stockpiles. So yeah, I guess I'll just let it be for now. Fine. E10 style is hunting. Stop striking coal down here. Strike it somewhere else. God damn it. There's like one extra click in the stockpile creation process compared to almost every other thing that you do. It weirdly asks you to accept after placing it. I guess maybe because it's giving you a chance to do more painting before it commits it. We need stone. I guess I could technically make two different stone stockpiles, one that's just for economic ore and one that's for non-economic, right? Out of curiosity. can have the one up here be all stone, and then I can start building variants, I guess. So they can only keep certain. Are veins always contiguous? Whoops. I guess that's kind of a stupid question, isn't it? Because if it's not contiguous, then no, it's a different vein. But I guess my question was, if I tell them, hey, mine out all the coal you find here, am I going to run into problems where they stop even though there's a coal that they can, like, see really close by? Okay, so this is regular hunting fighting. Fought so many goddamn pangolins before. Super annoying. We had that bug that caused everything to want to kill me. Swords dwarf, axe dwarf, hammer dwarf. I think they killed it. Good job, y'all. Proud of you. Veins generate in a contiguous way, but with a world gen defaulting to everywhere, or as you might find identical ones right next to each other. I see. So it tries to make them contiguous, but not necessarily. I like that this area has no water. That was a big problem before. Okay, I think I do want to make this a specific kind. I want to make all of these a specific kind of stockpile once they all get mined out. Take a minute. So does skill and engraving simultaneously make them faster at it and they make better stuff, or does it generally make them the same speed but it looks better? Oh, hey, I think Johan's not pissed anymore. Holy shit. Oh my god. He's just really mad instead of, like, miserable. Satisfied at work, content after putting on a superior item. God, that took forever. He was pissed for, like, years. All right, well, I'll take just generally unhappy. That's nice. It's a Christmas miracle. Exactly. All right, who else is unhappy right now? Oh, the children. Well, there's nothing I can do about them. They suck. Polar Brewski is kind of unhappy. Pleasure being near a fine door. Bored. Might be extravagant. Acquire object. Excitement. There's no way for me to re-engrave something, right? So these early bedrooms are just like trash, sadly, since I just had everyone like speed engrave it. That's kind of nice. It looks nice. Mood swing is a Christmas miracle. Yeah, I might try to make a little report on what happened to everybody's dwarf at the end of the playthrough. I think that would be fun. I don't plan to... Well, I might have to re-embark if I get completely wiped out by something. That could always happen. Losing is fun, etc., etc. If you carve a minecart track, you overwrite the engraving, then you can smooth the track and then re-engrave. Wall engravings are forever. Gotcha. Probably better to have like a really small stockpile, but just like lots of staircases for more stockpiles. Fewer overall steps required to access everything, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't know why it took him so long to replace his clothes, because I've been sitting on replacement clothes for a really long time, right? Think so anyway? Cloth. That's just regular cloth. You can search for shirt, right? Armor, okay. Yeah, I've been trying to make like pigtail shirts and stuff. Some of them are pretty decent. Is there anything I can do to get people to try to upgrade their clothes, or they just try to do it on their own? There's not a lot you can do to micromanage it. I need to come up with something to use near the farms. I don't really know off the top of my head what would be good. I guess another more brewing stations, but I feel like I'm brewing just fine right now. I see. Uh-oh, I got a combat warning here. That's fine. Yukapo has been elected mayor. Oh no. This is a consequence of getting too wealthy. Now I have... Ah, okay. Now he wants his own dining room. Interesting. Decent study. Mayor. They tend to not want to keep their old job. All right. Well, this looks like it would be annoying. I guess I can start building a new room specifically for this guy. Let's see. Expedition leader goes away once you grow enough to need a mayor, and all the other jobs stick around. Visiting human. How long do I have before my mare starts to get pissed off? Snatcher, protect the children. Okay. Kill. Kill? Just the one right now, as far as I can tell. Goblin Thief is fighting. Goblin Thief falls over. Oh wow, they made it in here. They fall down? What's going to happen with the mutilated goblin corpse? Is someone just going to carry it to the refuse pile upstairs at some point? Do snatchers and stuff become more common once I have higher wealth? Am I like starting to attract more attention from baddies? To allow corpses specifically? Okay, hold on. Corpses. Which doesn't stink up our base. All right, so I was going to start working on this area. What I'm going to do is make a area specifically for nobles. I might want to do that deeper down. Hold on. I was going to use this as extra stockpile space, and I think that I guess I can put it in the same footprint as my current apartments, and then it's not going to conflict with stockpiles. Okay. So if I do that, and then I start making big rooms. Make a little hallway to make room for big rooms. Oops, we don't want that. That was a mistake. Lavish mare bedroom, I guess. It's pollution in Factorio. That's cool. So these items that have a lock on them, it looks like they're just like awful gloves and socks and stuff. Are those intended for dumping, I guess, or what? Uh-oh. Calic draws from society. You're in a weird path there, Calic. Wait a second for the workshop to show as being used. Elven Caravan has arrived. Okay, these guys warned me that you have to be really careful trading with them because they'll get really mad if you give them anything involving wood or leather. Anything else that will piss them off? Bone shell produce meat. Even like shell rings or something would upset them. I'll come back to this building in a second. All right, so if it says work secretly, that means they already have all the stuff they need, right? If they bring crates, is that going to piss them off if the material is stored in crates? I think almost everything I have is stored in crates, unfortunately, like wood crates. Or is it only if I offered them the crate that they get mad? Will they get mad if they even like see it? Oh, okay, as long as you don't attempt to offer it to them, they don't get mad. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, this is weird. I don't remember it making me check between different categories when I did move goods to and from. I guess I did finished goods. Okay, that's right. What does a little coin icon next to something mean? Maybe, I don't think I want to trade any bars because I need those. Can maybe look at gems. I guess they're already on the list. It's already there. Oh, it's interesting that they were bringing stuff to the trade depot before I told them to. Interesting that the elves basically want a bunch of dwarf goods from you. Like, I associate elves with building things out of wood and the like. So they'll only take rocks and things. All right, good job, Calic. Made a legendary mug. Artifact of grooving. Now Calic is also a really good stoneworker. Does it take a second for them to get the legendary? Oh, legendary engraver. Oh, that's even better. Hell yeah. Well, forget the workshop thing then. Review my engraving task here. Engravers. So does strange mood occur as they're naturally skilling? Like, does it usually jump them from a really low level to legendary, or is it usually because they're already pretty close to legendary? I don't want anyone else doing engraving. Can I specify that? Looks like other people are working on them. I don't want them to, though. Completely unskilled to legendary. That's cool. I hope they're not mad seeing this over here right in front of the trade depot. All right, let's see. Let me start by picking things that I want first, I guess. I see grown limewood barrel. What's the benefit of grown stuff? Is it better for any reason? I don't have lots of clothes. Maybe, I'll check in a second. Is this the only way to get grown stuff? From elves? Academia nuts. Oh, elves will let you sell it back to them later. Okay. Instruments. Rubber wood bow. Okay, now time to sell. Try to do scepters. Can I search for those? Yeah, it doesn't let me, right? I really hope they improve this menu a little bit. That'd be nice. Offload all my heavy shit to them, you know? So I don't want to buy literally everything from them. These elves are going to be sitting on so many scepters when they get home. Seen a lot of high quality stuff here. It's pretty cool. Are these necessarily... I guess this is my first time running into elves. Before I didn't run into elves, it was humans. I wish I could like sort by weight would be nice. Reindeer leather hood. We don't want to offer them that. That would be very bad, it sounds like. So they would never make a counter offer that includes any wood stuff that I happen to be sitting on, right? I need to worry about that. Trying to give them a bit of a profit margin here. It'll turn green if they're guaranteed to accept it, and that changes based on the person who's the broker, I guess. Now it's green. Okay. Seems pleased. Cool. Thanks, y'all. Social novice judge of intent. Poor Spiky used to be like a really good musician, and I just haven't provided the opportunity to play music at all. Pay no attention to the wood flooring over here, y'all. All right, I had a bunch of other stuff I was working on here. So, stockpile. Yes, accept. Going to be stone, but I'm going to try to make each of these into a different kind of stone stockpile. All right, so the one upstairs, at least for now, can be anything. This one, let's have it be... Any of these will work. I guess it's a combination of clay and coal equivalents, right? I guess clay gets its own... Okay, clay is a separate thing. I see. Have I not been saving this? Hold on, I'm confusing myself. Stockpile, custom, economic, stockpile, custom metal, stockpile, custom, okay. And I want to do other stone for this one. I guess I can also do clay. I can assign wheelbarrows to all of these. Is there like a magic number of wheelbarrows that's good? Great. Make these fancy rooms. So let me remind myself what all they want. So they want their own dining room. Don't care about not having a tomb yet. Chest, cabinet, weapon rack, armor stand. Oh, 3 is the max per stockpile. Interesting. What else do they want? 1 weapon rack, 1 armor stand, 2 chests, cabinet. So to give them a dining room, they need to have their own dedicated dining room. Is that what they're demanding? How do I know the quality of this study here? It says the other ones are decent, so I assume this one is also considered decent. I'm gonna try to build everything I can in their already accessible room, but they can move through their objects, right? It doesn't actually like block them from space in their room. I assume they're gonna get needier as time goes on, so that's why I'm trying to build this like big complex for later. Rack armor stand. Details button on the room screen. That's here. When is it? Suspend activities, don't remove, repaint, rename. Add a dwarf, assign a new location. Looks like I'm able to sum it up from other rooms. Hold on. Yukubo has decent quarters. Okay. Yukubo has a study, but not a decent study. Oh, because the floor is gross over here, I guess. Interesting. What's the main thing that can increase the quality? Just like more decorations and stuff? Masterpiece engraving over here somewhere. Let me fix my engraving tasks here so it's stonecraft, don't engrave. Carving is probably fine. Value of the room is the sum of all the objects placed in it. Okay. Still just a regular study. Do have some fancy chairs here, which the fancier it is, the happier they'll be, basically. Yukupo is the mayor. Wants his own dining room, because of course he does. Still just considers Yukupo's study a study, not a nice one. Can't engrave stairways, right? I didn't think so. Might end up needing to expand this room. Statues might make them happy. Oh, does this not tell me that it's high quality until I look closer at it, I guess? Interesting. Masterpiece mahogany wheelbarrow. Still working on weapon racks. So when they want like a weapon rack and an armor rack, does that have to be in their bedroom specifically, or can it be anywhere in the areas that are assigned to them, like their office or their bedroom? Sparring, that's nice to see. Weapon racks are done. This is a neat way. So this is eventually how you end up getting like a king, right? That you have a dwarf that is so demanding that they like need like a throne room and a castle and all this crap. I like that way of the society developing. It's clever. Can't fail the mayor. Not ever. Guess they might care about the quality of door too, right? Can I search when I'm going to place something to, like, can I like search for like a star? It usually means all. No, I guess not. I was trying to like search only for high quality stuff. That's like probably the highest quality I can do, the little sun icon, right? I just completely convert this to the Yukapo estate. Nice. Already dealt with them. Only artifacts are better than the sun icon? Okay, cool. See if I have any masterwork beds or just high quality beds. Oh, that was a mistake. I should do that last. It's so hard to see what I'm doing after I ask them to do something like that. You have a couple people that are assigned to smooth. Smoothing can't be of low quality, right? It's either smooth or it's not. It's all that really matters is how fast they are at it. That's stone cutting, if I recall correctly. Which I have a bunch of people assigned. Okay. do this, I have to remember to turn it back off afterward. Do dwarves care if they have to move through each other's rooms to get places? Is that even something that it simulates? I didn't appreciate how many awesome doors my carpenter has been making. Wow. Kind of impressive. Oh, they're so much better at this now. When I first had that initial smoothing task, God, it took forever. It was horrible. Distance they have to travel for that coal kind of sucks, huh? Maybe I can build stairs down to that level, like right here. Like having stairs in the doorways, even though it seems really janky. And I can make that staircase go further down and they can just disembark anywhere along it. Can always make it bigger later, I guess. Go ahead and do... Military is a weapon rack and an armor stand? Okay. See if it applies to the office or not. Can always remove it and replace it later. God, people are getting really good at crafting stuff. Very satisfying. All right, let's take a look. All right, so he's happy with... Okay, so it can be in the study. So maybe I should have put them both in the study. Oops. But I'm probably going to completely move him into a new room down here. Once they're done smoothing it and engraving it. So they don't directly care about space, but what they do care about is the wealth potential of the space and that there's more room to put shit in there. It's pretty elegant. Yeah, it's much better. I'm going to make those go down. Oops. No, I can do this all at once, but... should be more than fine for now. Well, yeah, that makes sense that like smoothing the floor increases the value and then engraving the floor increases the value, but if they're not engraved, does each additional tile of room space increase the wealth as far as what they care about? Wow, that's a lot of migrants. I probably don't have time to name everybody here. Nice. I will do it next time. Oh, maybe it's not as many as I thought. No children. Hell yes. Okay, hold on. Let's do this real quick then. Oh, I'm so happy about that. All right. Oops. Hell yes, no children. Best news ever. We got a glass maker. All right, so I want to do glass. Give me a second because I keep getting candy looped. Ooh, a piece of candy distracted. But I want some help here with getting glass going. Great. So many useless children. Although maybe there's more migrants filtering in. I think that happened to me last time, right? Probably have enough new dwarves that I can make a second squad. Interesting. So squads can be under a different person? Is that how I'm reading that? Dungeon Master. I haven't seen that before. What does a Dungeon Master do? Is that like for prisoners, I guess? Still smoothing everything. Okay, everybody's marked. Sailor Dan's unhappy. Dwarf children. Absolute worst. Alright, Yukubo finally has a decent study with the addition of the statue. Go ahead and get started on engraving down here, I guess. I really only have one person doing that. Said the nicknames don't show up in some of the notifications. I'm sure that's something they just need to adjust at some point. Graved a masterpiece. Calic is crushing it over here. Goblin Scholar is visiting. Is there usually very much I can do with visitors at all? Directly? Alright, let's do this new squad thing. New militia captain squad appointed by militia commander. What's the difference between these two? Captain of the guard squad, vacant position versus new militia captain squad. Are they eventually different nobles slash administrators? Captain of the guard is now an option. Yeah, so what's the functional difference between a militia commander, a captain of the guard, and a militia captain? Militia captain reports to a militia commander. Captain of the guard is like focused on something different from the regular militia. Now I can set the whole thing to get engraved. Guard is police, militia is military. What's the mechanical distinction for that, if anything? Like, I just want to make another militia instead of a captain of the guard. Do I eventually need to fill all of the vacant positions to be able to do everything? Guard would keep people from stealing shit or killing each other. Okay. But I guess becomes a bigger threat the more dwarves I have. Now, they'll only do metal armor if they can get metal armor. Otherwise, they'll try to wear something else, I suppose. Sign leader. No relevant skills. Oh, did people come here already in a team, I guess? Or is that the default name for Team Yahan, Lanterns of Wire? Can't get it, they'll keep whatever they had on or leave that slot empty. Yeah, what's up with the Lanterns of Wire? Guessing people can't belong, and there would be no reason for them to belong to multiple different groups, right? That must be my existing team, yeah? Oh, okay, that is them. All right, so if it says lanterns, I don't want to assign them here. But no one else has skills to start with. I guess some of them do. Talented axe dwarf. So this one would sort. Competent axe dwarf. Adequate hammer dwarf. bring in some of the new people. Peasants are probably great. Really? I guess I can make this a train all the time, since everyone in here isn't really necessary or useful for other tasks right now. Okay. These guys need to review their schedule. Constant training. Since they're the ones that are going to be using metal armor, I guess I want them to have the best training, and then maybe I can... Is there a benefit to having people that are just like, you know, kind of your off militia? They're just training occasionally. Still working on engraving everything. Doing a great job, it looks like. Damn. This room is awesome, apparently. Probably gonna end up making a comparably sized, like, complex for everybody at some point. Still need more coal. How's Khazad Doom looking? They're getting there. I have no idea what I'm going to use this for. Probably nothing. Okay. Continue to do that then. That seems like a good use of my time. I eventually want to have a militia that's charged with like doing patrols to like guard against kidnappers and bad things outside. How does patrolling work? Like, sorry, I can use my words here. If I want to set them on a patrol, is that literally all they do? Or can they balance that with other tasks or balance it between each other? All right, next question is glass making. I assume that's a specific workshop. Furnaces, glass furnace. Actually, let me make a new thing for that. Patrols will fight automatically, though. Don't I have to tell the squads to respond to threats manually? So I was hoping a patrol would not require me to manually intervene. This is fine. All right, this room is looking rad as hell. All right, so we got to put a bed in here. Need to make like a giant bed. Do have a really good bed. What else can I do in the case of an overwhelming threat, though, I guess is what I'm wondering. 2 chests. Oops. Love to be able to sort this by quality here. Tempted to remove the wall here so that this all counts as a single office. So how do offices work? Do they only can someone have 2 offices, and does it like combine their quality, or is it one room that it cares about in situations like that? Lockdown. Interesting. Rack and an armor rack. Chair and a table, presumably. Oops. Very easy to misplace in this. God damn it. Keep misclicking. Probably don't have any masterwork tables. Oh, no, I do. And a cabinet. Lots of good options for these. Oh, I forgot to make a barracks for my new squad. Whoops, let me do that now. Okay. Guess I'll put a door there as well. Interesting that I suddenly care about like door quality for certain situations. They're generally happier the more nice things they see, right? So if this is going to be the mayor's bedroom, opulent bedroom. Can't fail the mayor. Not ever. And the only way I can confirm the quality of the quarters is to look here. I think has a royal bedroom. Okay. Fantastic. What I was hoping for. I think I'm gonna... Well, I don't know if I want to mine these out. guess I can make connections between the rooms. I make one of these into a dining room. It's not a dining hall, it's a dining room. Oh, it can be assigned to a specific citizen. Okay, gotcha. There's dining room. Assign a dwarf, Yukapo, and then it needs to have just a table and a chair, basically. Is just the one good enough? Can be the office. We'll have to smooth these two tiles. Hey, Nubulator, how you been? Good seeing you. I'm doing all right. Grave the floor there. We have to assign this to Yukapo. Oh no! That happened to me when I took my first driving test. It was an opulent throne room. Outstanding. So, okay, the study becomes a throne room eventually. It's cool. I guess that's the reason it's already considered an opulent throne room is just because the engraving work is so amazing, I guess. All right, so he's super happy now. Sweet. I don't know if I'm gonna have to build too much more in order to make him a king later. Okay. So having a legendary engraver is rad as hell. I should have them smooth and engrave everything. It'll probably increase the general happiness across the board pretty fast. Let's see. Let's see what else we got going on here. All right, so He-10 currently reports to Yahan. I see. Yeah, it's a bummer. I've been there. But when do you have to take it again, or get to take it again, I guess? Look for more coal. I guess I'll start just doing... I forget the names of the different kinds of mines. There's like strip mining, right? Where you're like trying to uncover as many wall faces as possible. Oh, holy shit. My amount of drink is dropping precipitously. That's bad. Okay, I haven't been paying attention to that for a while. What happened with my still? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Should have a task for this, right? Brew drink from plant. I guess I need to increase the amount they're making significantly. Probably need more breweries. I suppose I can put some of them down here. Does being good at brewing make them do it faster? Oh, I guess I don't care what it's made out of here. But the plant one? Where are all my plants? Are people not planting anymore? Am I just out of seeds? It says I have seeds. Maybe they're just not catching up. I was going to try to buy a whole bunch of seeds from the Dwarven caravan when it gets here. Can I also brew stuff from gathered plants? I haven't had to think about drinks at all. I'm guessing it's just because there's more demand now. I haven't been noticing people planting. Is that the problem, maybe? They have too many things to do. Talented planter. No, I eventually want fewer people to do this. Eternus is almost totally dedicated. I have both as orders. I guess they don't have either right now. That's bad. Human caravan has arrival. I hope they have seeds. That would be nice. Human caravans don't give a shit about what I give them here. Finished goods. I guess I could probably sell excess furniture too. Don't want to sell any weapons, actually. Bring the gem bin because I like having it for trading purposes, or like for upping to meet their demands. I don't understand how I can get access to more seeds other than to buy them, right? Because I'm not guaranteed to get them when brewing. Should be generating anyway from the work order, I think. I wonder why I suddenly fell so far behind on seeds then. Like, do I need to, like, make sure that no one eats plump helmets under any circumstances or something? Let's see real quick. I think I've specifically told my chefs not to cook plump helmets. That's under kitchen. All right, let's take a look. What do we got here? Start from the left side this time. One-humped camel milk barrel. Kidding. I can make these myself, but it's annoying to do so. Bags. I'm not sure. Could take a look soon. I was blown away at how cheap cloth is. Anvil, meat. Might just buy these to like hold myself over until the Dwarven caravan gets here, because I requested seed. Okay, let's take a look here. Famous goblet. Thing is expensive as hell, good lord. I do want to try to offload scepters because they're crazy heavy. Just select everything for now, though. Is there basically no use for crafts other than trading? Like, do dwarves hold on to them or use them for anything, like earrings and bracelets and rings and the like? Wish the value scaled with weight a little bit here. Do they have to select them themselves, or like, will they just go into finished goods boxes and start equipping rings and amulets and stuff, or only if I force it on them in some way? Approaching the weight limit. I'm going to dump scepters here. Weird that that pigtail shirt is yellow. Usually they're not. I don't know what the text color means in this menu. Hope y'all need lots and lots of these. Waiting for it to turn green. I guess I can make the offer before it goes green, right? There it goes. Is green just, it's guaranteed, and you could maybe risk making an offer in yellow? Yellow is that you've made it, white is it's imported. Okay, I guess because most of my shirts and stuff are imported. Makes sense. The mayor has been re-elected. Oh shoot, I dismissed something about the Lacey Clearings? Is that another guild? Chances can be pretty good in high yellow, okay. Can I review my relationship somewhere? Where do I see Fortress Wealth again? Brewing from the things I just bought, so that's nice. Don't know if it's going to hold me over long enough. It's giving me trouble there for some reason. Guild Hall. Good. Can I see the list of active guilds somewhere? Dismissed it too fast. I guess I could look at the VOD and try to figure out what it was. I'm sure they're going to demand more later. Let's not read the neighbors. Oh, I don't know if it's her religion. I mean, I already have pretty good coverage for that, but I can check. I thought it was a guild. Actually, looks like I have enough worshippers now that I need more of these in general. Bell. Be a little messy. I feel like a name like the Lacey Clearing sounds like a guild rather than a church, but... I don't know if there's a menu somewhere where I can review all active guilds. Sounds like they just formed and I dismissed it. I could look at random dwarves and see if it says that they're members. Groups would show it? Okay, hold on. Temple, I just did Vel. I don't think we have one in Niche. I have Etter, Zuzmo, Vesh, Logum, Shilrar, Stetad, Alron. I did have Nish already. Vel. Let's reassign then. The confusing. I already have... Oh, maybe I don't have that one. I think I have Alron already. Term, pretty sure I have... Zosmo, I have Logem, Abe. Enjoy, everybody. In case your religion expands, you all get your own little temple. Groups, you said? Which isn't under citizens. Not squads. Yeah, but then I have to like check each of them to find out which one is the new group, right? I can't see a list of groups anywhere, presumably. Company of Buds is the Farmers Guild. Remember, it was actually like a diplomacy pop-up that told me to build it? Maybe? Volcano of Wonders. Lacey Clearings was their name. I can't find it anywhere. I found a ton of people from the Farming Guild. Wish I could go look at, like, dismissed notifications somewhere. I gotta remember to release Spiky from being a broker after I do my trade. I keep forgetting that. Cool. Well, there's locations here, locations, but that just shows me the names of buildings I've already created. It doesn't show me guilds that have formed that want to have a room assigned to them, right? I guess I can try zoning it. Oh, I have to pick a specific guild hall. Yeah. All right, let me look at what I want to do here. How's Heaton's squad looking now? Slowly but surely getting gear. Cool. Drink count is catching up, mercifully. I have to wonder if it makes sense to make farming patches, like expose them to the sun by digging down and then like patch the roof, because you said once it's exposed to the sun, it permanently can grow surface food from that point on. No migrants, okay. Seed count's looking better too. How's Khazad Doom looking? Oh my god, it's finally done. This task has been running for a very long time. Didn't happen to reveal any... I guess there's lignite, right? Start using this as a base to start, like, Just mining to look for ore. We'll see where this goes. Get it, Spiky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nightly Prophet. Strange mood. Named Stoneworkers Workshop. This one again. It takes them a minute before they start actually using it, right? I guess it gives you a second to react to it. So it seems like for managing strange moods, it's really good to have like a huge variety of materials. Oh, okay, it looks like he already has the materials he needs. So maybe it's worth, like, if a caravan shows up and it has an item type that I don't currently have, it might be worth buying it just to try to cover someone's future strange mood. See what Nightly Prophet makes. That's pretty exciting. I like that. I really like the strange mood system. It's very cool. Okay. All right, it's on auto. So if the objective is to uncover as much wall as possible, there's no reason to mine the sides. Actually, I want to do by 2, right? Well, let me make this a lower task. I don't want this to be priority 2. This is the thing they should be doing if I don't want them doing anything else. Like this, right? That exposes as much wall as possible. I wish I could, like, copy and paste patterns like this. That would make me very happy. So I don't need to cover the entire floor down here. I guess it's actually not that hard to reveal all of the possible ore in a particular Z level. And then know, okay, now it's time to dig deeper. Yeah, I was asking earlier about veins being contiguous like that. How reliable that is. I actually really like making things out of jet. I think it looks really cool, so I'm going to try to tell them to do more stuff in the jet wall here. Bracelet. Good job, Nightly Prophet. Okay. The Artifact of Grooving is the name of my civilization. Legendary Stonecrafter and a legendary miner. Oh, that's Kami. Where are you at? I have so many legendary stonecutters now. That's stonecutters is smoothing. I feel like I should just smooth everything then. Hold on, let me take a look. So we got stonecutters. He wasn't even on the list before because he's a fisher dwarf. Well, my friend, why don't you all smooth the hell out of this place? It'll make everyone very happy. I'm gonna make the whole place look ugly as sin until it's done. Yeah, I wish I could hide smoothing orders until I'm actually, like, in the smoothing menu, you know? They might care about storage areas being smooth because, like, it makes them happy to see stuff. It's like measuring how often they're around things, whether they like it or not. Feels a little silly to try to focus too much here on replacing the the dirt floor with blocks, but I guess it looks nice when you do it, like the microcline block floor there. Okay, so they're finding more jet. Is there any way for me to search for specific materials that have been revealed but not mined? I'm guessing no. That would be really convenient, though. Well, there's more coal. Sweet. Let's make that a little bit of a higher task here. Auto. This. I feel like I may as well smooth it. Resin opal, nice. Right, I still need to do, I keep getting distracted. This game is a big candy loop game. Ooh, a piece of candy. I was gonna make glass. Collect sand. Can they just get that from anywhere that has sand? I know I actually have some here. Does collecting sand happen when sand gets mined? I could try just mining this in a direction until I run out of sand. Smoothing is relatively low value. You do it so you can engrave. Designate a sand collection zone. Does the size... Sand and clay work like that and they're both infinite. Okay, so size presumably doesn't matter. Where is sand collections? Oh, sand. I see. That's pretty convenient. Does that go into a specific kind of stockpile? Oops. Sand goes in bags. What stockpile category is it under? I do have bags. I see. So if a single dwarf is available, that's good enough. Collect too much sand, it eats all your bags. Collect sand. Oh, you can only do it as a one-time order. I guess I can make... It doesn't have any recommended ones. Amount of items. Oh, is it like bag of sand or something? I don't want it to collect an infinite amount of sand. Oh, here we go. Sand, well, amount of sand items is at least... I want it to make less than, right? Less than 10. And is sand collection a skill? I'm sure it is. Everything in this game is a skill, it seems like. Wish I could search on this screen. Glass making. Actually, maybe it's not. Alright, let's see. Accomplished glassmaker. Hell yeah, Dark Doom Bob. That's what you're doing, bud. glass making. Then I'm gonna make a work order to make some glass. Glass is just made out of sand, or I guess let me look at the... What's the difference between crystal glass versus green glass? Is that different, like, ingredients to generate it or something? Need to make windows for display cases. Sand-bearing items, huh? Oh, what's pearlash? It's fine. Clear and crystal glass pisses off elves. That's funny. Pearlash, okay. I'm really impressed at how this game, you're able to, like, slowly unravel the complexity, kind of like... It helps a lot to have a Twitch chat to ask questions to. I don't think the game, as written, like, the text of the game is probably good enough for that, but, I like that, you know, you can be looking at dwarf happiness, and you can look at artifacts. Like, what do I do with artifacts? I display them. I display them in a display case. Display case requires a window. It's like, okay, how do I make a window? I have to collect sand. Yeah, it's... I like that it doesn't seem super urgent at the beginning. I'm sure it gets urgent later when we get to the fun part of the game. And I start getting wiped out by raiders or something. What are furnace operators doing? They've been doing a lot of furnace operating. Furnace. Wow, does it just take them forever to get good at it or something? How chill it is, you mean? Yeah, I appreciate the tutorial puts you on a reasonable embark, it feels like. Revealed down here. Shirt. Coal. Most of it's chirped, it looks like. Cassiterite, huh? Wow, some of these stockpiles fill up like ridiculously fast. Let me keep making more of these then. Guess you get lots and lots of rocks per time. Can leave 4 to 5 tile gaps between exploratory mining passages. Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. Weather cleared. Okay. Did I have some raw clear glass? What? Just need significantly more sand to be able to craft it, basically. Inappropriate dig square. Interesting. I'd prefer to learn myself. If you want to talk about it in hide chat, if you type !hide before your message, chat can see it, and I will not be able to see it. So y'all can discuss together there if you think it's something you want to talk about. There's a couple folks who are pretty familiar with like what kinds of tips I like to hear. So if they're just sharing stuff off the dome, don't worry about it. Yeah, I know about quantum stockpiles. I'm probably not going to do it though. Doesn't feel very intended. Interesting that the devs haven't patched it out. Try to make something that goes over to the sand, but I'd have to cross this water, which seems extremely dangerous. Unless there's more sand there, which is possible. This is probably an extremely bad idea. Let's start from the top first and then dig down. No, we want to do this. Every experienced player ends up using them. Okay, this is maybe good. Can sand fall? Is that a thing I have to worry about? Might be okay, actually. Oh, yeah, I forgot. So, if I want to build a staircase up here, is there a way for me to do that, or is it too late since I've already mined out the rock that's there? Now I can build down. How do I construct a staircase? Like, who makes staircases? I've never done that before. Dwarf sparring. Build construction staircase. Okay, thank you. Locked at this location. Ah. Do I have to, like, destroy this one first to be able to do it? Doesn't seem like it wants to connect to a natural staircase. obtain whatever block they're made out of. It says blocked at this location. I don't know if that means I need to destroy something first for it to work. What's this? Construction removal. Can they get out if they're doing this? Designated as 3 tall and then cancel the bottom 2. Okay. Get in, you cannot build. Yeah, it keeps telling me blocked. No matter how far I take it. Trying to make it so they could directly gather sand and then drop it off there. Macadamia nuts falling down from the surface, it looks like. Constructed stairs are buggy. The top floor I can't remove, though. I'll keep messing with it and see if I can get it to work here. I don't want this guy to get trapped, is what I'm worried about. He appears to be stuck. Worried about this. You just at least unstuck him. Not into a tree, that's a bad idea. Oh god, this is new. Vile Force of Darkness. Oh. Hope y'all ready for fun. Siege. I guess it did just save. 245 years old. This is where I'd want to like go underground and hide under some circumstances. Oops. Am I guaranteed to already see all of the creatures, or could there be more? Or more. Just asking if there are more than what I currently see at the start of the invasion. I was hoping I could like click and drag and say kill all of these things. We're gonna lose some militia folks here. They can also be snatchers, it looks like. Perfect timing to have a snatcher, yikes. Really hard for me to see them right now. Martial trance, like a flow state of combat, basically. Actually seem to be doing a pretty good job. All right, so I can also use the others menu to find creatures. So, hold on. If others only shows me these goblin thieves, does that mean that I successfully killed everybody else? Another one around here. Still a goblin thief around here somewhere. The humans aren't helping. Red square means they're still trying to murder him. Go team. I think we succeeded. Okay, so I guess I need to be better prepared for that going forward. So one of the things I have to do is I need to be able to make a hatch into my base that I can lock so everyone can go hide. I guess now's a good time to start thinking about it. That was interesting. I assume that's going to affect their moods pretty positively, I would hope. Oh, someone's mad again. Oh, it's a child. Who cares? Dwarf's pretty mad, though. What's that all about? Okay, he had a bad time fighting the goblins. I understand. War PTSD. How's Yahan doing? Oh, Yahan's doing better. Okay, partial trance. So that seemed to go pretty well. Is there anything else I need to start thinking about with response to invasions, like building a hatch, traps, that kind of a thing? Hospital. I guess this can be a hospital since I never figured out what that guild was. Remember seeing this before. Now it's like, that doesn't seem necessary right now. That means I have to assign someone to be able to run it, right? What else has to go into a hospital? Certain kinds of furniture. Soap maker's workshop. God, there's some really specific fucking stuff in this game. It's crazy. Beds. Okay, that makes sense. Beds are the main thing that go in there, or is there anything else? Chief Medical Dwarf. Chest. What's a traction bench? Where does that show up under? Oh, here it is. Right. We just make one. Who makes what stand makes a traction bench? Let's see if it shows up here. Chain and a mechanism. I think I can make chain. I do have mechanisms. Could just make a chain out of iron. It doesn't really matter what it's made out of, I assume. We need a chief medical dwarf. Diagnostician. Thank you, Robert. You are now the chief medical dwarf, and you have no requests at the moment. Excellent. Require anybody else for now? Let me change my pattern here. So you said like 4 to 5 spaces in between lines should be more than enough. It would be great to be able to like paste that pattern. Love to be able to say, mine this, and if you run into coal on the way, keep going, basically. But I guess I can always just come and take a look at it. Oops. First Google result for it is this game. Yeah, I already made it into a hospital. Great. That's all I need. Beds, tables, traction benches, chests. Okay, so I gather these from other places, crutches, splints, buckets, soap. It's going to grab those automatically for me, I take it. How many tables do I need? I'm sure bed count is based on how many dwarves are injured, right? What is the function of the tables in the room? What is that actually doing? I see. Traction bench. Excellent. So one of those is probably fine, I hope. Looks like this one actually works in terms of helping me to keep track of what all I need. Chests, beds, traction benches, okay. You just get this chessboard pattern on the floor if it's dolomite. That's kind of neat. How do I assign the doctor there? There's just assign a location. Oh, is traction bench getting used there? That's interesting. Or maybe they're just chilling because they built it. Oh, wow. Do most rooms have a sub-menu like this for assigning people? Can one person cover multiple roles here? Bone doctor. That's a specific role, okay. Is the bone doctor automatically better at anything else? It's fine. Now people will automatically go there if they get injured. I don't know if anyone got injured in the invasion a second ago. Let's see. I see. So someone being a bone doctor doesn't make them better at being a generalist doctor. So it's probably better to just assign somebody to start getting skills in doctorness. Oh, because I want a general doctor to get better at it, basically. Let's see. Even though Kodiak is already an accomplished bone doctor? Was it just so that Ludifex can level up, basically? Oh, and my chief medical officer is a good diagnostician. Okay. I'll unassign the surgeon, though. Native gold. Oh boy, how much sand did I end up collecting? I'm just short on bags, aren't I? All right, let's start making bags. I think all the bags I own I've bought. You can process plants directly into bags, it looks like. I see. I'm guessing they don't spend any time in the hospital at all, unless if they're needed, though, right? Hopefully, anyway. Let's see. Okay, I did the cloth one. Malachite, limestone. Got a lignite here, that's good to see. Not jet. Oh, they won't auto mine for like jet. It's only if it's like interesting like lignite that they'll do it. That's interesting. I see, so I'm already running into some, these would have been a contiguous vein if I hadn't have mined it the silly way that I did. I understand. Yeah, new Blader, thanks for your help. Catch you next time. Really like the mini-map in this game. It's extremely satisfying. Okay, so if I want to try to better prepare for another invasion, what is the first thing I should do? The most helpful thing? I don't really understand how burrows work. I know that's something I want to work on at some point. That's just is it like an action I can assign dwarves to do? To wait for them to take cover, I guess. Wait. Oh, these people just showing up like right now? It hasn't alerted me yet. We do it on wood. Fine, it looks like. Okay. This is the caravan here, right? They just haven't shown yet. So it's a place specifically to go to hide. Make a floor hatch. Does it matter what it's made out of? It's a hatch cover. Can they destroy the hatch cover? I assume so, right? Can I like make it out of something really powerful like steel or something? Segment your population. Really? So if I just lock the hatch, I'm fine as long as I leave everybody underground? The invaders eventually like give up and leave? Need to get back to building my little stupid staircase over here. Keep trying to remove these, I guess. So I can't remove them as they currently exist. Weird. All right, let me try constructions, stairs. Did it work? May have worked. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see. So I'd have to have tons of food to survive. I don't think I'm very dependent on the surface right now, but I could become dependent on the surface if I'm not careful, I guess. So I guess I'd have to build a hatch for this too, huh? Two. The agreement to establish a guild hall for the Company of Buds has been abandoned. They have a guild hall. What are they talking about? Do they want a bigger one? Oh no. Did I screw this up somehow? Why? I don't know where that even gets stored. Well, I might want to load my save from that. It got lost in chat, Robinson. I'm sorry. I have to load from the title menu, right? They actively seek out ways to get in, basically. I think this one might be okay. I probably need a ton of time to be able to enhance it. No, it's too late. Quit without saving. one still isn't listed as... Am I already too late to fix it, maybe? So what's the penalty for failing to build the guild hall? I'm sad about that. Like, I thought I did the right thing. I think I asked Chad about it, and I guess I asked Chad about a lot of things, and I don't always see the answer right away. Try this one again. Certain rock bricks, but not very many. Only the 3 microcline shoot. Shoot shirt. We're definitely farmers. Need to build a guild hall. Guess I can try to quickly throw some expensive-y stuff in there, right? Like cabinets, maybe? Chests. Dolomite. Get a masterwork lime table. I only made the one statue before? Yeah, I thought so. Wonder if I just accidentally destroyed the building earlier by mistake without realizing it. It's the only other thing I can think that happened. It seems like you just need 2,000 to level it up, right? You can just assign the room and that's fine. See what happens. Company of Buds, 121. I just like, I guess I can quickly build a pedestal and then put my really fancy artifact in there, right? Theoretically. Can this not be made out of, okay, rock pedestal. Need this to like go to the top of the list. I could also just put it on one of the crafting stations. That doesn't guarantee that someone's going to go to it, right? How many rock blocks am I talking about right now? Rock blocks. Let's do more than that. Oh, really? Is that this? Highest priority among all tasks everywhere. Okay, someone made it. Is a pedestal not a display object? Is it something else? Or maybe it's being moved. I mean, someone's trying to move it somewhere. Okay. And then how do I assign an object to go on the display? Assign display item. That's an artifact, right? Shoot, it was a mug. It's a really, really ridiculously fancy mug. This thing, I think. $7,900. Okay, does that mean that this room is happy now? Did I just fix it? Gotcha. Phew. Might be saved. It's good to have artifacts just for shit like that, apparently. I can also replace the walls with rock blocks. Is that true? Admiring it. Good God, I cut that close. Wow, that's terrifying. Guessing they don't care about the floor being different materials, right? I might care about it. I don't know if my stone or my steel hatch not survive. Steel hatch. Dose. I like the idea of having the steel one entrance have a hatch. So like they'll try to do the path of least resistance and invader. If they see one has a hatch and one is open, they'll go through the open path, and that's where I can put my death traps. Do they just detect how close things are, basically? I have to deal with the scars on my soul. No, right? Holy shit. Little D piece gave birth to a boy. The first actual native-born I'll have to name based on the person who gave birth to them, right? So Lil E-Piece. You want to make like a messy room of a whole bunch of different things, I guess. I think I also made a bag task that got lost. Oh no, there it is. Disregard. It feels like engraving is like a ridiculous way to increase your wealth without needing to actually place anything. The caravan here? It's weird that there are these merchants here, but I can't trade with them. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that was a thing before. Is it being referred to as a museum because I have an expensive thing displayed here or something? Oh, is it problematic that that only guild members are allowed in this room so no one can get into my hospital now? Okay, hold on. Make an alternate entrance. What are we doing on blocks? Limestone. Now I got a bunch of blocks. Okay, cool. Floor. I'll have to, because I can't place floor underneath place items, so I have to remove those first, right, and then put stuff on top of it, somewhat annoyingly. How much time do I have to, like, where do I put this? If I were to remove this artifact, would the guild get instantly mad at me, or would I have time to put it back there? Try to replace the walls. So to build a wall that's just construction wall, okay, it's easy enough. Removal of walls isn't going to break the room, though, necessarily. Hopefully. Someone grew to become a peasant. want to find where they are here. Numudib. Need an ability to search for a specific name here. Peasant, animal trainer, herbalist, bookkeeper, doctor, spear dwarf. Oh, here it is. Favorite customer. Somebody finally grew up. Hey. Great if one of you would build this final floor here. Thank you. Okay, now we can engrave it. I'll start working on walls, I guess. We'll see what engraving it gets the value up to. Terranin Bunny, what are you doing? Don't you dare engrave this room. Holy shit. Hold on. Why is that happening? Terranin's only job is to haul things. I have a labor thing that says nobody is allowed to do this except for only selected do this. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Oh, never mind. We're okay. I think. Calic, you're legendary. You can do better than this. You don't do a single masterwork floor here. I'm going to be so mad. Can they only engrave masterwork if it's like natural stone or something? I'm enraged. Over here, we're getting really excellent engravings going on. Look at all this. It's beautiful. I fixed that, yeah. It was the right person doing the engravings. I don't know why. Maybe block floors can't be higher quality or something. Sadly. Still reasonably increase the value of the room. No, I did fix that. Engraving is not checked. Oh, even if they're in completely different areas? No, they could dig diagonally. That's interesting. The door just gets automatically removed when it's not relevant anymore. Okay. Construction, walls. Oh, I guess I need to leave a gap there, don't I? Well, just for the door. Sometimes it says amount needed. Oh, I guess okay, I see the problem. I don't have as many blocks as I thought I did. I was misreading it. They're doing that out of jet blocks, right? We'll have to expand the area. Uh-oh. Dipped in butter program has been possessed. That doesn't seem good. Find where they actually are here. It says strange move. Oh, is it just a regular strange? No. Possessed by strange unknown forces is different, right? What does this mean? Is this very bad? Blocks and raw jet? Didn't mean to. No legendary skill boost, okay. I see. Keeps muttering. Do I know what they need? Because this time they're muttering instead of sketching, right? I never got the traders. I mean, they've been here. It shows them here, but it doesn't like list that there's merchants trading. It's a bummer. I really needed that trader. I needed to get those spawn. I don't know if something broke with... Hatch cover. Family heirloom. Ah. Okay, so dipped in butter keeps it and no one else can access it, basically. That's pretty funny. I'd love to put that as my hatch cover, but... It's funny. And gets no benefit from that, right? Other than having an heirloom, I guess. They can still reach that corner, right? It looks like they were able to mine at an angle last time. Now that's looking better. Okay. For some reason, it didn't work on the floor, though, even though it was the right person. Grand Guild Hall. How much money of that is the walls, I wonder? Yeah, but this isn't a precise value, right? It's 10,000 or higher, or is it exactly 10,000? It just happens to be. Don't seem to want to build that wall there. It's gonna drive me crazy. I think they can. They're able to dig diagonally at least. All right, so if I want to dismantle this, I just need to remove the building and then it'll put the mug away as well. Wow. Looking at architecture compared to everything else. It's great having a legendary engraver. Pretty awesome. Ignite. Should get most of it, I assume. Tetrahedrite. Type opal. Don't think I have any in this wall. Oops, right. Does anyone know why the trader didn't show up? I just want to know if I need to prepare for that happening in the future. Like, there's people at the trading depot, and they are listed as merchants, but it says there are no merchants there. I don't know if it's like a glitch resulting in, or due to the goblins showing up, the Dark Forces invasion or whatever. Guess I can do it from down here. Jesus, spook the merchants. So it's still showing them there, but the actual caravan got spooked. Seems like. In my kingdom for a copy paste pattern function. Oh, really? Macros to like make these drawings repeatedly? Are those in game or is that like a mod that I have to install? Right, I can right click to cancel. Right on. That would be nice. I'm going to save after setting this up. Control R to record, then use a keyboard to move the cursor to do everything. Okay, so as long as the cursor movement is exactly the same every time, I can maybe... Oh, that's like deep into that XKCD comic about the time it takes to automate, right? Versus the benefit. Versus the time it takes to just do it manually. I bet it's really good if you're having to do it constantly on multiple floors. Saving. All right, so it's gonna be a while before I get... I'm doing okay on drinks now. I think I was able to jumpstart a bit. Calic is working so hard. So much engraving. All right, someone's super pissed. Is it a child? It's a child. No one cares. Okay. Calic's pretty happy. Great artist of our time. So is this a precise value, or is it that it's 10,000 or higher? Because it says about 10,000. I took that to mean we're going to stop counting since you've reached that level. Play case. Yeah, Robin, you were like, it's 7,900, dot, dot, dot. Like, I was failing to do the math. And I'm like, yeah, but is that an exact value? Is it approximate? Probably remove it. So if I just remove the building, does the artifact get put away into a box somewhere automatically? This is gonna drive me crazy. Guess I can fix it, but then I probably have to fix this entire room. Definitely makes me want to remove all the clay everywhere. We'll see though. An exceptionally designed image of a bobcat man. Beautiful. Okay. Everybody's sparring. See if that hatch got built. Oh yeah. Still shows merchants here, even though they're not here. So I hope I'm not like permanently glitched that I'll never get caravans again or something. Oh, will it let me use this crazy artifact entrance? Or is it gonna yell at me because it's their family heirloom? Expand this so I can have more sand mining. Coffee tree roots. Is there anything stopping you from like quickly destroying your entrance into your base when people show up? Can take too long. It's fine. Okay. Thank you. Doesn't mind that it's heirloom. In that case, I'm just gonna like close this whole thing off. Just have this as a way to get some sand. Remove construction first. Okay. Okay. Floor here. Let's make out, I don't know, church blocks. All right, so now I have a place to gather sand. I can destroy the other sand one. Remove permanently. Cool. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, I guess let me know. I can always move it later, I guess. So if I have that hatch there and I've built a floor over the other hatch and an invasion shows up and I want to try to weather the siege instead of fighting them, or I want to try to lure them into like a trap dungeon, what would I do? Would I have to like react really quickly? I probably have to place more floors here. Some of these do look down into my base. I'd have to burrow. Okay. Can I specify a burrow already? Where is that? Burrows. Can I cause this entire floor to be a burrow and just make it my emergency burrow? Hold on. Whoops, that didn't work. Start by doing that, I guess. Safety. Spend. Just assign everybody basically, and then just suspend it. And I can unsuspend quickly if there's a problem. Can enemies like dig through the ground directly or like break through floors, or is it just normal access paths? Fire-breathing enemies can burn through wooden floors. Green arrow to the left. Okay, thank you. So I might want to be careful about this all being made out of wood. I guess I could remove all of it. How do I remove a floor? Do I just build into it again, or is there like a deconstruct option? Oh, walls and floors, okay. Just make this all out of stone, I guess. Okay, and let's build floor, but it needs to be made out of stone. Does it not actually need to be done with blocks? Can I do it with like raw ore too, it looks like? I have one of those, okay. Blocks are more efficient, okay. Because I could also build a little wall around this and have like a door to get into it. We're still gonna be able to destroy everything that's up here. Gotcha. I wish I could like spend more time painting before determining what material I want to build like floor out of. Right. Might actually want to make lots and lots of blocks now that I'm kind of understanding their use a little bit better. So I can just type this in, can I? Walls. All right, I have to remember to leave space for doors. Can I do anything with the wagon? I guess I could disassemble it, huh? This thing's been abandoned for like literal years. Don't want to put anything masterwork outside here. Going on with these bags? I'm trying to make some. Don't have enough plant cloth, okay. Next time I get traders, I'll try to trade for them. I'm really worried about this trade depot though. What are we doing down here? This will be really nice to peruse. Coal. Love to be able to like highlight certain things in the wall, you know? So much chert. This game gives me a really great feeling of look how far I've come kind of a thing, where look at that first episode where I just had no idea what was happening at all. I still have no idea what's happening, but I have slightly more of an idea of what's happening, I guess. I don't know, it's fun. It's definitely a mastery game, right? It's about knowing all of these little menus and things. But I think the Steam version, they've done a really good job of making it broadly playable before you master it, which is cool. Should be it for now, I guess. Finally disassembled that thing. Right, let's do some walls. Build it to include the trade depot, which is annoyingly far out of the way, but it's my mistake. Need to have doors that can lead in there, right? Needs a 3 wide path, so it can't just have doors leading into it, you mean? So, like, is that path at the north good enough? Can you make a super wide door at some point? Use a bridge with a lever. Guess I could destroy this and rebuild one, right? Like the trade depots aren't that complicated of a thing. I don't really care about blocking off the trade depot, I guess. I mostly just want to block off the entrance to my kingdom, and I can just put another trade depot down here. I effectively placed it randomly before. I could build a second trade depot, right? And then delete the old one. Wonder if that'll fix the there being merchants here that aren't doing anything bug. What I assume is a bug. These walls not getting built because wildlife is standing there or something. Let me try moving my grazing area. Maybe now they'll come build it. All my yaks are moving down the hatch now. That's funny. Like, take them a second to recognize that I gave them a new pasture. Oh, I have to reassign them to the new pasture. Right. I forgot. Build the trade depot, please, y'all. Is there, in practice, a reason to have multiple trade depots? Cannot get anyone to build this thing. Tiger eye, barrels. Hey, it's being built. Okay. Didn't center my building around the hatch. It's okay, I'll fix it in a second. Another baby. Oh, I guess that's cat, so this kid has to be Jaden, right? It's fun. Okay, trade depot built. Let's remove this one. Oh, there are all these like bins and stuff here. It's like they were just setting up, and at the instant they started to set up, yeah, even the plump helmet stuff's here. Like, it's the stuff I wanted. That's really interesting. I wonder what happens to all of it once I remove the depot. So it'd be great if I just got all that shit, right? They might end up considering it stolen. Interesting. There's nothing I can do about that, right? Because I didn't try to steal it. Yeah. Didn't even show them as arriving before. I wonder if it's impossible to remove too, because them like being there glitched in the middle of a invasion. Very strange. Yep, all the shit's there. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Ah. We'll see if they're mad at me. Can I see my relationship with other societies anywhere? Is that like a world map thing? Offerings, imports, trade agreement. King/milker. Okay. Doesn't seem to say that I'm mad. Peace. Guess I'll take all this crap. I mean, I didn't want to. I wasn't trying to cheat. Will that stuff get accrued here? Sweet. A bunch of free Lump helmet. Look at all those seeds. Amazing. Uh-oh. Pangolin. Overcome by terror. Let's overwhelm this thing. Might want to move more people to hauling. Monitor lizard too, that's being a dick. Now, let me try to set more people to haul really fast. Haulers. Well, it's just so much more annoying to do than it was before, because I think the red box applies to all of the things I've assigned them to. I'm just in a deal, I guess. Assign people that aren't doing anything else to hauling. Mace Dwarf. I just don't want any of that stuff that's sitting on the ground to go bad, because it could potentially go bad if it's not already like in a bag or something, right? $860 seeds. I wonder if there's stuff in here that I don't have a stockpile for. I suppose it's possible, right? Like, what stockpiles do I not have? Ammo, animals, bars, and blocks. I guess once stuff goes into a stockpile, it's safe from degradation or anything like that, right? I guess I could build a temporary one for them to move it to really fast. I'll see what all they grab, I suppose. That's so funny, though. Yeah, how do you narrativize that bug? Maybe it's that we pretend that the goblins like slew the traders, the caravan, but that doesn't account for why, no, the dwarves aren't going to come back next autumn and be fucking pissed at me. HDL2 gives birth to HDL3. Dwarven baby. Not creative. Fucking stupid baby. Get more creative, baby. I think most of what's out here isn't going to decay sitting around. Hard to be sure. How will we watch through the hatch? I'm gonna fix this and move the walls around. I need to have all this stuff get picked up first. Where do cages go in terms of stockpiles? Let me make a temporary stockpile down here for anything, and then I can deconstruct it and make specific stuff later. But not shells. It's refuse, right? Pump helmet spawn bag. I guess getting everything from the caravan for free isn't crazy busted necessarily. It's a lot of stuff, but I've already been buying almost everything I wanted from them the last few times there have been people here. Made it to spring. Might actually have enough resources now to survive a siege, but I do want to try to make... Uh-oh, well, speaking of which... Sacred Dead Dwarfs. Okay, well, the game literally just saved for me, so... go ahead and make a save just to see if I can fight them with my militia again. And then, Invasion, restore to hide. Just want to get an understanding of what I can and can't handle. And then for the next one, I'll try to make an alternate entrance into my... So, like, basically, if you have a second entrance into your base, you can just fill it with traps and annoying bullshit. But your dwarves will never actually use the shitty entrance. They'll only ever use the good entrance. Or do I have to worry about my traps catching my own dwarves is the thing I'm worried about. I assume what they're doing, the computer is like realizing that there's another way in and just trying to path there efficiently, right? Dingoes. Show up and then like immediately leave? What the hell? So the thief is a snatcher, right? My dwarves can't trigger the traps anyway. So what's up with the invasion showing up and then immediately disappearing? Death is all around us. Pool of Atu Underfiend's Dwarf blood. That is not one of my dwarves, right? Don't think so. What is the name of the thief? What about the dingoes? Were those brought in with the invaders? I want dingoes to eat my baby. Oh, do they like show up and just kill them really fast? No shit. I guess time passed so fast I didn't even see it happen, if that is in fact what occurred there. Or 10 dingoes, right? Don't eat my baby. Like up in the trees? So extremely weird. I think I survived, but it all happened so fast. Will people eventually loot the corpses of invaders, or do I have to like manually tell them to do that? It looks like they all have these locks on them. Used to be a permanent event log to review. Did they just forbid by default, basically? Pool of dingo blood. How can I quickly find forbidden gear that's lying around? Like, is there any way to like jump to forbidden gear? Do I just have to like search until I see it, kind of a thing? Oh, they won't ever use anything? Okay, well then I won't worry about it. I ignored it last time too. It can be traded. Okay, so I'm still waiting on a lot of this stuff to get picked up. I think they're still kind of working on it. Wow, that's so much plum spawn. What I paid for. Let me expand this real quick. I need to understand what all is in that stockpile. I hate having a generic stockpile, so we'll have to clean it up here in a second. Let's do no stone. I can just forbid stuff that I already have, that I already know I have good stockpiles for. Expand this wood stockpile real fast. Oops. Make that mistake frequently. Well, I don't want her mangled corpse to be there. Already tell this no corpses. Okay. Yes, bring the corpse of the invader down here. I guess I need to increase this, don't I? Tempted to just delete this already to force them to move it. New caravan. Okay, cool. Give me a minute though. Still moving shit from this stockpile, looks like it. I don't know why they will not grab that plump helmet spawn bag. That was the main thing I wanted from the caravan. They are not grabbing it. Okay, well, it says there's a caravan here, but I don't see it. Oh, there they go. Okay. I was worried. Unloading their goods. Finished goods. I might not. I think I'm gathering a lot of sand. So I'll see if I can buy some bags from these guys, if that'll help. They won't transfer the bag itself. It looks like that the seeds are already in a bag, which is why I was wondering why they're not picking it up. So there's only one human civilization and only one elven civilization in my game world, right? Oh, cool, Kiki. Maybe you can help me to understand it next time. I think they removed that corpse, mercifully. Now they're grabbing the cages. Okay. 3 more items. Broker requested. Save. Elven caravan. Just in case I fuck something up. Making sure that they are grabbing things. I don't know why. Sometimes they do it faster. Very strange. Come on, Mr. Broker. Trade at depot. Okay, y'all. What do you got? Lots of macadamia nuts. I want a lot of those. This it probably makes for good food. Oh, do they just have food? I mean, sure. Why not? It's like dirt cheap, it looks like. That's fine. Okay. Kingdom for a slightly faster scroll speed. Earrings. Do you want to try to dump scepters on them if I have them? There's a scepter. What's the name of it? It's just called an invasion, or is there an in-game term for it? Probably be my episode title. Don't think I've been grabbing anything dangerous. Let me just make sure I'm not like giving them an artifact or something. All this is just made out of stone. Okay. Let's try doing high yellow. Pigtail trousers is made from a plant. So they might be mad about. Oh, son of a bitch. Did I just completely abandon their counteroffer, basically? Oh, okay. I was trying to go back. I was worried that the elves might select something for a counteroffer that would piss them off. And I assume that Pigtail would piss them off because it's a living thing, right? Oh, God. God damn it. Just let me do this game. Wish I could just search for, like, scepter. It's weird because there is a search thing here. It just doesn't work. Yeah. I'll just go in the green this time. I thought maybe I'd get lucky. Watch out for that petrified wood crown. Back up because I know these items are all safe. It is? Okay. Though it was once organic matter. Now we're in the green. Thank you for the business. Thank you. Well, master, praiser, and horrible at all of this other stuff, sadly. Probably can be a better broker, actually. No trader needed at broker. Goodbye. Everybody, please keep picking this stuff up. There's a bag of plump helmet spawns here that they are not picking up for some reason. Is there a stockpile category for seeds? Or is it just anything that's food related will include seeds? Check spawn. I don't mind chalk, yeah. Okay, I didn't see it in the list, so I'll check again in a second. Oh, they finally grabbed it, I think. Okay. Right now this is all down here. I can try to figure out what's here so I can start moving some of it. There's the cages. So is a caged animal protected from, does it like freeze it in time or something? Or what's the whole point of caged animals? Is it just for trading purposes that they have to be in a cage and you can free them after that? Wood. Lots of wood. Oh, this is all leather. Okay. If I want to actually use them, I just let them out of the cage, basically. Parchment sheets. Crap, I had this all set up before. So let's do sheets, leather, cloth. Red came under that, I think, too. Armor. Oh, HCl2 is grown attached to a copper battle axe. That's interesting. What does that do? Does it make them like better with that weapon or something? How do I uncage them? Go ahead and destroy the stockpile, and hopefully they move everything where it's supposed to go. Okay, so you don't want to change the weapon then? Alright, so I want to free the animals from these cages. Oh, it's able to, you can just pasture it? Okay. Gotcha, thank you. Let me finish building this whole thing. Find places to put cages. I guess I can just store them with my... Does the animals thing include... Okay, empty cages, yes. I guess I need to find somewhere to put ammo. I think I have weapons somewhere. This may have actually been my weapons stockpile before. Ammo, weapons. Assign or unassign animals to cages once it's constructed. Okay. What is my miner up to right now? Sleeping. Okay. About all these haulers I set to be only haulers. Is that a problem? It's like just about everything engravable got engraved, so now I just have to start working on replacing the clay floor with stone blocks, which is pretty doable. This game is insanely fun, and time just like blows past without me thinking about it. And at this for like 5 hours, doesn't feel like that at all. Once we finish the 40-hour stream, there's a decent chance I'll keep playing this off stream for a bit. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the king. We'll see. I guess it depends on if I get like totally annihilated at some point. Which seems pretty likely. I just have the one true noble right now, though, right? The mayor. Can't fail the mayor. Stack animals in a cage. Everyone who's just a miner? I used it, yeah. Excited to clean this place up. What's the mining? I did everything down here as a 7, right? There we go. Now we're mining. Okay, I could finish placing these now. Walls. I think that was just chert at the top. It may have been chalk, actually. It's fine. It doesn't need to be pretty. It just needs to work. So I need to delete this whole thing. Hold on. Oh, that's nice that it deletes things you were in the middle of building. It doesn't require you to use the erase tool for that. Or to cancel the construction. Actually keep that block right there. Those three need to be destroyed. Elves are leaving soon, which is great. Is this technically a mining task, like removing pillars? Anyone? Uh-oh. Six-gun the dwarven child has been possessed? Oh dear. I guess that's interesting that it's a child, right? Oh hey, we got more migrants. Okay, hold on. It's only 4, that's just fine. Okay. Yodeling Disco Dwarf, perfect name. Why do some dwarves have their names like flashing? Is that based on them having particularly high skills or something? Laser. Claim to Craftsdwarf's workshop. Needs stone, rock, bones, blocks, bricks. It's concerning. I don't think I have bones. Do skeletons count as bones? Do muscle shells count as bones? I don't have any bricks either. How do I get bricks? Clay bricks. Okay. I do have clay stones. I can butcher an animal. Oh yeah, I tore down my butchery. That's okay, I can build that one. Just leave it this time. I like not having a butcher because I don't like dealing with having dead animals underground. Blocks or bricks. Blocks, bricks, stone, rock, bones. I can't believe I've never gotten bones from trading. What's the shrieks and skewered trade? Is this like, should that go under sheets? Would that get moved into a stockpile somewhere? I have sheets. It's the only thing that they're not picking up for whatever reason. That built super fast. Butcher an animal. Do I have to tell it what animal I want it to butcher? Holy shit. I just got a whole bunch more migrants, didn't I? Holy crap, okay. Yeah, next, I'll prepare that for next episode. So is it the monitor lizard mangled skeleton, or what? What kind of bone do I get out of it? My animal screen, which is in the pasture. Or you mean in here? Pets, livestock, butcher. Ready for slaughter. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Yak. Poor little guy. Oh, so when they butcher it, they get everything, including the regular bone. Okay. So once it says keeps muttering, that means they're doing the thing now, right? Petitions. Priests for the fatal denomination. Now requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished with a new position appointed by you. Do you approve the request? I can't see those as pending anywhere, can I? Temple. Fatal denomination. Oh, it's a death cult. A suicide cult. Fucking sick. Oh, it has to be 5x5? Okay. Thank you. I also might want to build it somewhere with stone. Hold on, let me clear this. Oh, I need to build a ton more bedrooms too. I completely forgot about that. All right, I'll work on that here in a second. Let's build a staircase below these guys. Needs to be at least a 5x5, right? Although I can probably make it really luxurious with engraving if I make it bigger than that. Death cults are fun. Yay. Hooray. But I really got to take advantage of the fact that I have a legendary engraver, because I could make any large room. I could probably make almost any large room worth 10,000, like pretty trivially almost. Monitor lizard bone buckler. He claims it is an heirloom. In the name of the family ancestor, Momo's steel pages. I love those. I think that's one of my favorite mechanics in the whole game. The strange mood. It's very like very flavorful for dwarves, but it's also just an exciting thing to look forward to and kind of makes your world feel more unique. It's a more interesting bit of like random procedural noise than a lot of the other random procedural noise, if that makes sense. They have to finish. Actually, I think it covered the whole area. Never mind. Oh, wait, I made 2 of them. Shit, I mean... Temple... Suicide, death cult, great. Agreed to build a temple. You can recognize a priesthood once this is a temple. Okay. My artifact hatch cover is indestructible. Oh my god, that's so exciting. So I could, as long as I have the food to withstand a siege, I could just stay underground. I figured it would be like more resistant than a steel cover, but don't actually care about doors. Let's just do closest. This place is already better now. It's from the smoothing, it looks like. Hey Charles, how you doing? Okay, now let's engrave it by the only pro engraver in existence. Let's see if I have any higher quality altars. Probably not. Oh, I do. It's not like insanely high quality. Don't know that I have any other pending engraving tasks anywhere. I don't think so. Once I've established a guild hall and they're happy with me, am I able to move that guild hall by making another copy of it and deleting the old one, or will they get really pissed? I could just dig down in this room. I can not be displaying this mug anymore. Fancy mug of farming, I guess. Start expanding my apartments. Probably time to do that on a lower level. Oh, but I was going to use this level for fancy assholes. Guess I can make another staircase down. That's probably fine, actually. Yeah, I keep forgetting. It's hard for me to think in Z levels for whatever reason. I'm not used to it. Actually, hold on. We don't want those to connect. second-class citizens here that have to live on the lower floor. Yeah. Spiky's pretty much given up on mining. I don't see him coming to save the day too often here. This is where a macro might help, though, since I'm just kind of doing the same pattern over and over. Lower floor is classier for a dwarf. I like that the de facto automation of this game means that once you kind of have things going, you can start playing around drawing here, and you don't have to feel like you have to pause constantly because your dwarves more or less have it under control. I gotta have so much alcohol right now. My dwarves are gonna be very happy. I think I almost ran out. Although a lot of that's from getting like a giant sack of plump helmet spawns for free. That was pretty awesome. Hopefully, I guess I'm going to find out if I'm going to get punished for that, right? Once the caravan gets here this autumn. Game options, cursor on, controller to start recording keyboard inputs, and controller to stop. So if you played it back, it would be... I wouldn't be doing this with the mouse anymore, right? I'd be doing it with the keyboard, which I guess I'd have to learn how to do. Additions. Creed of Mountains. Okay, Creed of Mountains. Hold on. Hold on. And all this shit that I got in everybody's needs me to do everything for them. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. What are we doing over here? Yeah, it's already at 10,000 just from the engravings. That's fantastic. Recognize priesthood. 25 worshippers needed to get a high priest. So Holy Ash is the name of the priest, basically. Guess we want to go with someone that's been with us for a while. Do retro. Why not? Petitions. Coven of Deceivers. Oh my god. Okay. I need to see where the petitions are. I don't think it stores them anywhere. Shouldn't have made that priority 1. I don't think I should ever be establishing things at priority 1 in case this happens. So let me review what the different churches were here. So it's Coven of Deceivers and the Creed of Mountains, I think was right. Let me try to write that down lest I forget. I'm sure it's displayed on some screen somewhere, but I have no idea where to look. Oh my god. I have so much food, I don't have room for it. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I definitely need to not be doing my... I need to be starting as low as I possibly can on priority in case something like this happens. Should be okay. I don't think I'm going to be in big trouble or anything, but... don't know why my miners aren't really focusing on mining here. Guess I could temporarily remove some of their other tasks. That's probably... I wish I had more control over, like, global priority. Yeah, right. Just select all of these, because I could go in and redraw everything, but I don't want to... That sounds awful. Wait, what do blueprints do? Can I use blueprints to get, like, room sizes? Is that going to be easier than macros, maybe? Just checking over on that menu. Wonder if that does what I want it to do. There we go. Now we got more people mining. Good job, y'all. All right. Oh, let you plan. I see. Gotcha. What the fuck? Oh, they're defacing the... Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that. So, how bad is that? Like, it's just letting me know that I destroyed a great work of art or something? Oh, there's a ton of masterworks here, too. Ah. Well, let's delete this wall. That's not something I can undo, the negative thought. That's interesting. So you want to be careful engraving your walls until you know for sure. That's where you want that place to stop, I guess. Oops. Oh, I see. And since this artist has a million things, they're probably fine. You don't want to turn on the Eiffel Tower to put on a condo, yeah. I don't know how that search works. It seems to kind of work, but not totally. Really? Okay. And the negative thought goes on the artist, not on the miner who did it? I think she's mentioning it, right? Legendary dining room. Hell yeah. So it's like my most important character. Calic 3 is like responsible for a huge chunk of my wealth. I need to like force Spiky to mine here. Oh, he is. Okay, good. Oh, his character looks really different. I guess it's different clothes now. People seem really bad about like changing their equipment for whatever reason. Stop making barrels and shit. Ah, all right, hold on. Spiky, I'm sorry, but you can no longer be a carpenter for now. Remember to change you off of it in a second. You definitely should never be hauling. Nothing else. Guess the new people who came here brought these animals with them. Let me expand this. So I have to call Spiky over here real quick. Trade at depot. See what we get this time. Trade. All right, what we got over here? I might actually take some of this meat and fish. I feel like I can just like almost take everything from every trader now. I have so much money. Yeah, okay. People will get to eat unusual meals since we rarely have meat. I do need to expand that stockpile area for food like ASAP though. All right, I'm so used to having to manually select everything from these. Now I can just try to find a bin that doesn't have a bunch of stuff in it. It's not a finished good. This one's safe. Might be. God damn it, no, it's not. This one? I think I need to fix this. It's annoying. I can't even trust them to really move it between the bins. Because you can designate individual bins to only contain certain kinds of items, is that right? Can't win here. Start clicking stuff. Do want to try to favor scepters to max out their weight here. This wouldn't be a problem if I could like search for scepter, right? Or search for bracelet and just sell everything, but interface definitely feels like it needs some work. Okay. So if I wanted to say have stockpiles that are literally just crafts, there's already a crafts category that's going to grab all of these. I don't have to like tell it to do bracelets and amulets and earrings and scepters or whatever, and figurines. Yeah, that'd be nice. Then I can just sell a big heavy box to them and figure out how much weight that leaves me with. Static. Okay. I see. I could at least make a scepter's bin and an earrings bin or whatever. Think about it. This is getting better now. Do something temporarily while that gets mined out. Oh, I have no way for them to get to these. Oops. May as well take the opportunity to drop the priority down on these now. Yeah, free bid scepters everywhere else, right? Gotcha. Me free Spiky from being a broker. Just forgot to do that. This is still enough farms forever, as far as we know. Particularly need to grow it from there. Come on, Kami, like, leave those behind, why don't you? Mayor has been reelected. Congratulations, Mayor Yukapo. So do you eventually become the king, or do you, like, invite the king? Because there's already an existing dwarf king, right? Meeting area here. Except, I guess it's mad at me. I think it automatically fixes that for bedrooms. This is why I was saying, like, I think overlapping them is a problem. The first person who asked me was Creative Mountains. I feel a little bit less bad about giving a giant temple to. Agreed to build temple. Excellent. Okay. The one here. You need to be the Coven of Deceivers. Makes me a little nervous. Got a suicide cult and a liar cult. Just a normal thing to do. Can I make doors that are wider than 1 square? That's why I haven't been doing that. Hopefully that's enough for food. Cheese does get stored in barrels and stuff eventually, doesn't it? I wonder if they're just falling behind on barrel production. I know I have work orders for that. My wood situation, it's completely fine. Someone gets to have a gem wall. Really worried about that food going bad since they're not putting it in barrels and stuff. Presumably they'll start moving barrels down there to organize it, I'm hoping. I guess there's like pots and stuff up here. I guess maybe their main objective is to haul it away from the caravan first, and then they'll organize it later. Uh-oh. Did I miss some creatures here? Maybe. I'm gonna be careful making this too wide. Can they like drown in the river if I'm not smart about it? Trying to keep them from walking on my entrance here. It's a hoary marmot. All right, I should always just be checking from here. I think they already killed it. I think I'm fine. Hopefully. Okay. I just want to conceal this so that I can see what I'm doing. I can place beds and doors and stuff. Wonder that maybe that's a setting. Population cap. Oh, you can change the population cap? Oh. Graving start obscured. I wonder if that's what I want. Try turning it on and see what happens. No, that must apply to the other one. Still working on smoothing everything down here. How much armor do I have? Curious. Just the one? Unless if people have them equipped, I guess. This wouldn't show me if I... This only shows stocks, not stuff that people are actually wearing, I assume, right? No, they're not wearing steel armor. Steel helm, I guess. I move this up to like a 2 in case it interacts with any other tasks. Oh shit. This one's almost done, so let me leave it on a 1 though. Skull got attached to an axe. That's nice. Oh, this place looks awesome now. Still has a lot of old mining tasks to work through, but should be able to get a bunch of coal soon. The dream. All right, Kalak, it's engraving time. I hope you're ready. Go nuts, bud. Let me go ahead and preemptively dig a exit out so someone doesn't get in trouble for defacing it. I didn't even know that that was a thing. As I don't deface the far wall, it should be fine. Oh wait, that's not what I meant to do. That's a blueprint though. That's what it looks like. Can I delete the existing blueprint? No, it's not letting me select it. I feel like I did something wrong here. Shoot. I don't think I can override the blueprint now, as far as I can tell. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, maybe that's the thing I just turned on, and it just doesn't even show it to me anymore so that things are more visible. It's weird that that applies to engravings, but not... Let's try it again. No, it still won't let me apply it. Uh-oh. Okay, I wonder if I broke something. I hope not. I need to be able to engrave. That's like the one thing that I can do. There's no way for me to delete. I can try erasing. Okay, yes. There it goes. Okay. I guess it actively dislikes blueprints for some reason. I accidentally placed a blueprint down here and it wouldn't let me apply an engrave command until I deleted the blueprint. Okay. My god, more migrants. All right, I'll deal with naming them for next episode. The Geared Company, a Craftsdwarf guild, has been established. So it's not going to be long after the guild is established before they ask me for a guild hall. Is that how that works? So go ahead and start having a guild hall floor here. Still working on smoothing that all out. Oh, now I can start being able to see places to put in my doors and stuff. Doors. Right. Start with that, and I'm going to start putting in beds. Or does it not let me place one while people are still flattening the floor? Children need to stop withdrawing from society. Does that just make it so that their skill's not relevant until they grow into adults? All right, let's see what they say here. Let's see if you need anything. But does that imply that they're gathering materials? Looks like it. Do strange moods ever come with extremely specific requests? The Geared Company. Yes. Fortunately, I was starting to build that for you already, so... Dwarf. I already passed it, didn't I? Kingdom for this to be in, like, alphabetical order. Dwarf. Geared Company. Children can't use skills until adulthood? Okay. This room should be completely pleased now, I would hope. Recognize priesthood. Sacred rock. Priesting isn't a skill, right? Presumably. But they do need to have some of these skills here. Okay, I see. So it's like a social thing. Makes sense. Recognize priesthood. Sacred dungeon. Liar. I love it. Okay. They should all chill out now. So many masterpieces. Still generally need altars in rooms like this, right? I need to check that this is going fine. Cut gems, shining bars of metal, skeletons, quarry, stacked leather. The stuff that they've already gathered in here means that stuff's already covered. Yak bull bone. Stacks of leather. So what am I missing here? Cut gems? No, I got cut gems. Shining bars of metal? Or they're still in the process of bringing them here, it looks like. No, I don't understand what I'm missing. I feel like I have everything here. Oh, tagged by a task and will not be used by other tasks. That's not how I understood that to be before. Yeah, I have 3 leathers. I have a bunch of bones. I have gems. I assume the pig iron bars are the shining bars. Does it want like silver specifically, maybe? Could try doing sterling silver. Oh, it literally won't let me add it until I have coal for it. Well, shoot. I assume that's what it's mad about, the shining silver. Blocks. Doesn't want to use steel bars, it looks like. But it will use pig iron? If anyone has a guess, feel free to let me know. I don't know if I need to butcher more creatures or what. Yeah, there's 16 stray yak bull bones, turquoise, pig iron bars, 3 leathers, and 3 rocks. And it says stacked leather, skeletons, cut gems, shining bars of metal. So I don't know which is missing. And if shining bars of metal specifically needs to be like silver or gold or something. Just screw up my Coke stash pile or something. Hey, thank you for the raids for Silver Star. Welcome, everybody. What were you streaming today, Silver? Appreciate that. Need to figure out why this isn't working. Something was messed up. Skeletons, quarry, stack leather. I should have plenty of leather. Oh, is it because it's like loading it multiple times? It's saying leather, 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 and it looks like it's holding for a long time or something? Wonder if my furnaces have been busted for a while, that I just burned through my coke too fast or something, or I had too many tasks. I think that's the case. I think I need to have more coal. Let me look through my tasks that would use coke. So it's everything's steel, right? Burns through coke. I bet that's what I did. That's why I don't have any steel items. Okay, hold on. That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. So I think I've been not using coal at all for like hours. I didn't know the Crisis Core remake was out. I'll have to check it out. I'm doing all right. What do you think of it? You said it's really good? Explains why I never made that iron chain. Yeah, I've been in a bad place here for a minute. Everything else other than the make Coke one. Yeah, and then it'll always make sure I have 10 Coke before it starts doing other more fancy things. Yeah, it makes sense to have one for charcoal. Do that here. Oh wow, that's really high praise. Had you played the original too? I enjoyed the original game a lot. Okay, so I can say make charcoal if I don't have enough refined coal. Gotcha. Hopefully this person doesn't get pissed before I finish making this. I don't know how much time I have to finish their request here. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to give it a try and see how it compares. I think it's an actual remake, right? It's not just a remaster of the PSP version. Still says I need fuel. Interesting. That's cool. Well, thank you, Strange Mood, for revealing that my Coke production process has been unbootstrapped for like probably all stream almost. It's kind of funny, actually. I was actually asking, like, why are my furnace operators so low level? It's so weird. Now I know. Need copper for sterling silver. Okay. What else would be platinum? Maybe that would work. Just need a few here. Can't think anything else that this guy's missing, right? Stack leather, should have tons of leather all over the place. That should be completely fine. Right. I got leather for days. I have been, but it's nonsense. I guess I thought maybe that was saying, oh, I don't have enough coal to make those as fast as I want to. I didn't realize it was saying your entire engine is shut down. All right, platinum. He'll run to go get it as soon as he sees it, right? Cut gems, shining bars of metal, skeletons. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. He seriously can't tell what he needs. Let me read what you were saying again. Hold on. Yeah, it's like 6 seconds for the... I think he has everything. I don't know why it's not happening. Really has me worried. I don't think it was bars. It could be more skeletons, I guess. I can butcher another yak really fast just to see. All right, that's this menu. Yeah, that's why I'm really confused. And stacked leather, which I have more than enough of. Seeking parlay. Ah. So how does parlay work? Is it like I have to like pay them tribute to get them to leave or something? Bad timing, y'all. I'm trying to do this thing. Well, Nulu did run to go get it, so maybe it was a bones problem. I guess I can try it. It did literally just save. And that's going to be diplomacy. So to parlay with them, do I have to like send someone over to them to talk to them, or are they gonna do something automatically here? All right, Platinum. Nice meeting you. Good night. Okay, there was bones. That was a problem. Marching over here now. I'll load if it goes badly. I just don't know what to expect here at all. New fancy mug. Good job, Nilu. Yeah, I have no idea how to parlay here. Everyone's just kind of moving on with their lives, doing normal stuff. I could probably go kill them pretty easily. I have pretty powerful military. Are they just fighting a monitor lizard? Is that what's happening? Goblins show up and get distracted by some local wildlife. No, it just, I had siege or parlay, and siege does nothing when I click it now. Oh, if they're gonna interrupt the the caravan again. I'm gonna go nuts. Let's see. No one there right now. No, I accepted it. Said it was happening, and then now just nothing is occurring. They're just like hanging out over on the edge of the map. Is it supposed to happen instantly or something? Got a little warlord here. That's cool. Just gonna like leave. Yeah, how do I parlay? Like, do I have to send someone to talk to them? Do they come talk to me? They seem to just be chasing lizards around on the edge of the map. Just they got confused by a lizard and now they're coming my way. Maybe that was it. Like, got distracted and keep running away from it. Oh, nope, they're starting to murder people now. Okay, well, shit. I can try clicking parlay again, but it looks like nothing happened. It looks like I had no control over what was going on. Bunch of time passed there, too, unfortunately. Oh no, I let it VOD go over 6 hours. I won't be able to edit it. Ah, I completely lost track of time. I was having such a good time there. Future Marstead, you got to figure out this parlay thing. I guess you could probably just send your militia out to murder them. That seems to have been working pretty well for you so far. I don't know if it's going to trigger instantly again. You also have a couple things to work on here. Okay, they seek a parlay, approve, and then just nothing happens. Yeah, I don't know. Future Marstead, don't parlay, just go fight them, and finish building and smoothing and engraving all of these extra bedrooms and assign them as bedrooms. You haven't done that yet. You got... These temples are all done, I think, but I think you still had a guild hall 2 levels down that you were going to approve. You have to finish, yeah, for the geared company, you have to finish increasing the wealth on it. So smooth it and then engrave it and then approve it. Yeah, doors are open. It's a messenger that's supposed to do the parlaying. Yeah, they're open, passable, passable. Beats the hell out of me. We'll pick up from that autosave then.